Well, the wind has been rustling its way through along the southerly point of Gibraltar to the extent that we could not bring you any cricket yesterday. But no fear, we're back, and even though the Levanta continues blowing in, we are here for another evening of great cricketing action. We have the Rugby CC sitting on third position with 13 points, trying to take the mantle of second position off the Pirates, who are 1 point ahead of them. There are 2 games to play tonight. What that means is that Rugby, realistically, if they want to take on the Intainers tomorrow in the gold final, they need to come away tonight with 2 big victories. Of course, they will be relying on their main batter, Ian Latine, but let's see how the other members of that team come in to support him. As for the Pirates, well, Ken Oronesa, he's had a sensational series. Keep an eye out for him, and I'm sure they'll be relying a lot on the bowling wiles of the likes of Andrew Reyes and Richard Cunningham. It's all in front of us, like the people with the wheelbarrow, and we're bringing it to you here on the European Cricket Network.
Welcome to the first game of the evening between Rugby and Pirates. Pirates will call. There's your tails and there's your heads.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is a head.
We'll have a ball first.
Well, there you have it, folks. The toss has been done, and Rugby CC have got their first victory of the night, but not the 2 that they need. They've won the toss, and they're going to have a ball. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome you to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. My name is Joe Wegasani, Joe Wegs they call me, and wherever you are in the world, I bid you a warm, if blustery welcome to this amazing sporting complex. We're here for the double fixture battle between Rugby CC and the Pirates. As we've been tracking over the last few days, it is really between these 2 as to who finishes tonight will take on the Intainers in the gold medal match tomorrow, whereas whoever comes out tonight with the loss in third position will be playing it off against the Sloggers tomorrow for the bronze medal. So there's a lot to play for as we have a look at our CricBot calculated predicted score. I mean, the Rugby CC should prevail with 92 runs over 89 for the Pirates. And of course, no amount of algorithm or arithmetic can quite account for the vagaries that can occur on the cricket field. So let's find out how this all goes. So yeah, big welcome to everybody in the chat, wherever you are in the world, whether you're sitting warm and comfy in your living room, whether you're sitting on a train perhaps somewhere, or you're driving along. Hopefully you're not watching. Make sure that you've only got the sound on. And do bid you welcome to this ground is going to be Dave Barley taking the new ball. And as we know, he has a bit of a task in front of him because he will be coming up against this formidable opening batter for the Pirates, Ken Oronesa. He's had a sensational series so far. He's sitting on 592 runs. Second, of course, only behind Ian Latine. Here we go, we're ready. Let's play some cricket. And right on the money from Dave Barley. And though they like that, it's exactly the kind of start that you want. As he once again puts it just outside the off stump. Now I was listening to Dave Barley just before the match. I don't want to give away state secrets. He was giving a fair pep talk to his team, and a lot of the gist of it is that one, once again, a really nice line and length, and just drawing the defensive stroke out of Ken Oronesa. And he's put that on the money, but too full. It has been slapped away, and there's a really nice piece of hurried fielding there. I believe that was Mohammed Roshan, who was sitting out there at mid-on, just stopped it going past him. So 1 run to the board. Kenroy Nesta off the mark with a single as that one's flat batted down the track on the bounce. And Nikhil Advani will mop it all up, and that should be close to the end of the over. Maybe one more delivery left, so 2 runs on the board so far. And Kenroy digs this one out, a full ball on his toes, slaps it away on the onside. They're coming back for the second. It should be a good throw in because Ian Latine's there. And it was a good solid throw into the wind. But the accuracy not quite there, so they do scramble home for the second. 4 runs off that over the first. Really nice tidy start from Dave Barley. Let's have a look at the stats gun comparison as we can check out the top 2 batters in this tournament playing in this match. Ian Latine there with 839 and Kenroy, as I mentioned, with that 592. And tonight we're really looking for the matchup between these two, Ian Latine and Andrew Reyes, who came back from that finger injury. As we return to live play, it's John Matthews, who has been given the ball, the West Australian. No, it's not. It just looks like John Matthews from behind. It's Thomas Rummage, of course. It's a very similar gait, and they wear similar headwear and scarf wear as that one's splayed away down to the wide, long-on region. And a bit of an overthrow chance here. They are coming back for the second, and they might get a chance at a third, but feeling good at backing up on the 3rd attempt. So a couple more runs to the total. Make sure you pop into the YouTube chat and say hello if you are watching on our channel, European Cricket Network. As that one takes a big top edge, and there's someone running around to get to it. It is Barley, but as it was swirling and burling around in the gust. Very difficult one. So what Dave Barley was really trying to drill into his teammates before the play began. There's a fuller one is taken off the pads, and down there it's stopped possibly with a kneecap by Ian Latine. He does very well to prevent it going over the rope, and even better to prevent more than just the single. And he really wanted to emphasize the wind. As we know, it's been a constant factor of this tournament. He had to abandon play yesterday because of debris and flotsam flying around the place as an underedge behind square gets a single for Robin Petrie. And he was just really iterating and reiterating that the wind is going to do the job of bringing the ball into the stumps, and we know the power of Kenroy Nesta and hitting it to that leg side, so just really trying to reinforce, well, not to do that. A big full toss right on the chin that Kenroy just whips around with, takes a big 6 runs, so it's a Maximo right there. He is questioning and the umpire is obliging, and that was a no ball, so he will be getting a free hit for his troubles, and he managed to pick up a big 6 runs as well over the rope. That is the first boundary of tonight's play. Kenroy Nesta sending that one into oblivion. He's rummage around his trick bag, but as it is, Kenroy just getting quite high on the splice, but able to knock it over his head and take another run, and that will be the end of that over. Yeah, and what the point that was being made was really to really concentrate on that line, outside off, as the let me see there, it's 17 for none after 2 overs. With Nesta out there on 11 off his 8 deliveries. Barley coming in to bowl it out, and again, that one a little bit shorter, and just allowing Nesta to go onto the back foot and punch it to the offside for a single. And this one's short again, and Petrie, eyes lit up, just managed to drag it down behind him and set off for one more run, added to his total. That is essentially what you're seeing Dave Barley really try to do, just consistent line outside off, knowing that the wind is going to drag it from left to right. That one a bit full, and then got the top edge. A nice bit of fielding behind the stumps, but unable to prevent the one run being added. If you want to check out all the details about all the runs and all the wickets and all the action, and go to our website, europeancricket.com. There's a shorter one. Well, that's been splayed away, and that should get maximum value over the rope. A big 6 runs. Robin Petrie getting in on the act now. He's had a few siders. He's on 6 off 6 before that delivery, and this one just dragged down short, and he just knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. Open himself up and come straight out of the middle of the bat. Nice way to get moving there. This time he has a big swing outside the offside, so just that one delivery from Barley that was offline and was treated with contempt. And that's essentially the message that has gone through the whole Rugby CC unit. They need to win these matches tonight. They need to win one match to resume second position, but some meteorological event, unforeseen meteorological event that cancels the second match, they will have to play 2. And that means that after 3 overs, 27 for none is the score. And with the 2 matches in front of them, they cannot afford to let the Pirates win 1. The Pirates currently sitting 1 point ahead of them. And the Rugby CC will need to prevail if they are to shore up that position, that second spot for tomorrow's finals. That's been the story for the last week or so. These 2 teams really getting their noses in front of each other and then being pulled back and then swapping along the way. So it's been an interesting tussle without them actually playing each other in the previous few nights. They have, in essence, been having a contest. As the umpires just get the D crosser out there and the run-up marker. It's Nikhil Advani now into the attack. Here he goes. That one, a nice looping delivery that Robin Petrie didn't get his foot to it, so as it was, it bounced under his bat, went past the keeper, and then he managed to scramble a bye. 1 more run to the total. Yeah, that's good again from Advani, and that's exactly what they want, because those, exactly as that message went out prior to the play beginning, playing across the line like that is going to give you the best chance of getting a wicket with Nesta playing like that. So he treats this next one with a more ample modicum of respect than previously and defensively prods it back down the pitch for no run. It was a good power play for the Pirates. Not the most scintillating, not the most explosive, but not languishing by any measure, as Kenroy, the K-Nest, or the Crow's Nest, as I saw in the chat. He's been dubbed. Been loving the pirating puns coming through all the previous week. Make sure you jump on the chat, hit subscribe on YouTube, and you can bring all your pirating vernacular my way, as Robin Petrie will somehow miss his bat, somehow miss the stumps, miss the keeper, and scramble through for a bye. Yeah, Kenroy Crow's Nesta standing up there with the telescope to his eye, looking into the horizon, and he's going to hit that all the way to the horizon, as that's a big full toss, and he only knows one thing to do with them. It's somehow plugged up and rolled over the fence. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Oh, it's a big top edge. Went sky high, and then for old Thomas Rummage, he overran it, and then it overran him. So that's the end of the 4th over. And the score is 34 for the loss of no wickets. So going at a nice pace here, nice clip to be able to, what you really want is to be at around 80 after the 9th over and then set yourself a good position to make a pirate assault on that triple digit figure. You can have a look there that they've not lost that, not lost the wicket yet. As I say, a big hello in the chat to Chris Smith. Lovely of you to join me. I've already missed some of my finest pun work, I feel, but that's all right. We've got plenty of more time. As Robin Petrie climbs up the rigging and has a look to say there's 4 more runs to the total. Beautiful hitting over the covers. Really gave himself some space, just windmilled it. Exquisite timing. Once, twice, thrice, trickling over the rope. So 4 more runs to Petrie. He's suddenly on 14. No, he'll be on 18. So they are keeping pace with each other, these two swashbucklers. And Mohammad Roshan now has come in and he's dropped that one short. Roaming around there is the West Australian, John Matthews. There he is. Managing to prevent that going over the rope and keeping it to just the 1. And this one is a good ball from Roshan. A little bit short, just tempting that cut shot, but kept it tight and managed to cramp up Nesta, so he wasn't able to really do anything much more with it than watch it sail past his bat. On this occasion, just punches it out to point and takes a run. So 2 deliveries remaining in this over from Roshan. Here he comes. Petrie's on strike and he has a big swing and a miss. So it's a good handy over from Roshan. He goes through them quickly. He's got a very nice loping action as well, really smooth to the crease, and has managed to keep it pretty tight for his team thus far. Well, on that occasion he moves one away from the right-hander, so really using the fact that they know, and it's 40 for none after 5 overs, they know that they want to hit it to the leg side, because with that wind, as you're looking at the pitch, it is blowing a gale. It's called the Levanta actually, and it's something that I've put myself into a little bit of education with over the last day. We weren't able to play cricket yesterday, so I spent the day really studying what is going on with the wind here. And the Gibraltar is a peninsula and it faces south, the tip faces south, and the wind will either come from the east or the west. And the wind that's been coming over the last week and a bit has been the eastern wind. It's called the Levanta. And as it comes up, we're sitting on the southeastern tip of this peninsula. And what the Levanta does is it also creates a lot of condensation up on the rock, and it can really it has an amazing effect of the wind as it approaches. So whether it comes from the east or the west in Gibraltar, it determines what is happening on other sides of the rock, and you can have very different I've heard it being called a microclimate within a microclimate, as Advani resumes his second over, and that one just shorter, and it has beaten the fielder there at point. It was a gallant effort, but with the power that Kenroy Crow's Nesta hits it, and that one was a little bit more for the dramatic enthusiasm than anything else, that big diving attempt to field it. Yeah, so the if the wind comes from the east, from the Levant, the Levanta, it creates this amazing cloud over the rock that is the result of all this warmer air coming over colder waters. And when that happens, it can actually be, as Kenroy finds a beautiful gap there behind square on the leg side, just gets down on one knee and paddles it in between the gates. As both those fielders have to lope after it. So yeah, when it's on the other side of the rock, which is on the western side, you've got the town of Gibraltar itself, and because of these of the rock and the winds, it really creates different conditions. It can be really sunny on one part of Gibraltar, while it's almost gloomy, dark, cloudy on the other. And we've certainly seen the effects of the Levant wind coming in. We're waiting for the change of direction when it comes from the west. It's called the Poniente. With my perfect Australian Unito pronunciation. Zadvani has one more taken off him. So we'll see how it goes. We've been listening to a lot of things about weather here in Gibraltar as that one's dragged away down to square leg, and John Matthews will have it back trying to prevent the second, but it was good bustling running between the batters there. Yeah, so someone in the chat asking how it's looking for tomorrow, and what I've learned today is that you cannot actually depend on your your weather apps. A lot of the weather in Gibraltar was measured by the Met, by the British meteorological authority until recently. It's recently been, so the government has recently changed to a more local weather measuring company called GibMet, or MetaGib, excuse me. And what I've learned from that, as the 6 over at a close leaves the score on 54 for the loss of no wickets. So pretty decent going. A run rate of 9. We'll get them in the upper reaches of towards 100 runs, but they really want to be in a position to launch in the last over, and with wickets in hand, certainly they've got that. It's going to be Mohammad Roshan back into the attack. And this one, a bit of a slower ball, came out of the back of the hand and well and truly deceived Robin Petrie. Yeah, we've got a bit of a local meteorologist in the chat. Chris Smith is doing all the research. Wind speed tonight around about 35 kilometers an hour. When you tend to measure wind, well, certainly in a boating sense, according to the Beaufort scale. Now, you might want to correct me in the chat here, but from memory, on the Beaufort scale, 11 is a hurricane. And there's been nights where we've had to abandon play, haven't been able to put on any matches, as a misfield at square leg will give ample opportunity for the second to be run. Yeah, so 11 is a hurricane. There's been nights while we've been here where it's been measured up around 9, which is certainly unsafe for boating and unsafe for cricket. There's been stuff flying around the place. We found some seaweed on the pitch the other day. So short outside the off stump, and that's a really good channel from Roshan, because Nessa is going to try and hit it. And he's got a sweep out there on the offside. He's got a point, kind of backward point, a little bit of a extra cover, but short extra cover. And then long off, long on. Ian Latine is roaming down there at a wider long on, and there is square leg also out on the fence. So putting it outside that offside, a bit short, really attempting the back foot drive, but a fuller one this time on the pads. It's been chipped away, and no amount of good fielding is going to stop that as it goes one bounce over the rope. 4 more runs to the Keynes, continuing his fine fettle in which he's found himself in this series. Beautiful wrist action right out of the middle, just using the turn of the bat to find that placement between the fielders. Another fuller one from Roshan. A little bit better this time, but still 2 straight. Genero at this stage has his eye in. So that's the end of the 7th. The score is 62 for nil for 0. 62 for none. What we're waiting to get to none is that countdown for the Champions League of European Cricket over there in Malaga at Carlton Oval. We have 9 days to go, folks. On the 27th of February, it all kicks off. 31 clubs coming from 30 different nations around Europe, descending upon what is truly becoming the bastion of European cricket. Carlton Oval in Malaga, as Zach Simpson's into the attack now on a shorter one. Is punched away uppishly by Keynes, but not so uppishly as to risk being caught. And Zach Simpson, as we've really seen in this series so far, he gets that one more on the money. It's straight to one, but Norman Petrie trusting his hand-eye coordination, just back and giving himself some room and pushing it away off the line of the stumps. And this one's short, it's got a top edge. It won't carry to the fielder though, as they face that perpetual T10 fielder's angst. Outfielder's angst, which is when you're sitting on the fence and one's coming at you and you have to decide whether it's a better team play to go for the catch or just make sure the boundary does not occur. And on that occasion, they both stood back and made sure the boundary did not occur. That one driven down forward of point. Square of the wicket. Yeah, Zach Simpson, 22 wickets already in this tournament. Really has been a shining light for Rugby CC with ball in hand. On that occasion, he got it onto the pitch. Well, it almost all happened there, and we're only in the 8th. As that one was sure to become a wide, except for the fact that Ken Ronesta, one of the bigger players in the tournament, reached out and hit it, so nullified that, and it was a dot. On that occasion, he drives it again down towards that short extra cover region. Looks like Adeteyo out there, the Nigerian national, doing the work at cover. So after 8 overs, 67 for none is the score. And that run rate, they just haven't been able to push it up above 9. It's still reasonably good going. And we do know that Rugby CC, as fantastic as they are in the field, and they really have been a much improved and more consistent fielding unit, especially like the work of Harry Pyle behind the stumps. They have lent a little bit on Ian Latin. Well, certainly you've got Nikhil Advani, you've got this man as well, Adeteyo Ataloye, who's been elevating his performances as we get towards the pointy end of the tournament. He's coming into bowl now with 2 overs remaining in this innings. He gets that one angling in to the right hander. There's a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, but nothing doing as it is collected by Adeteyo on the bounce. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up in the chat. I was trying to follow a little bit of the Malta action going on there today. I heard a rumour that that one's been spanked all the way down. Ian Latin's coming around, but so too is Advani, and in the end, Advani called it. He's not happy with himself because he definitely called it. He was the right one to be going for it, no doubt about it. Latin was backing away. Advani was coming in, had it in his sights, but unfortunately it slips through the mitts. And Petrie survives. So a chance goes begging then. There's a shorter one outside off. He's pushed away and he's found a nice gap there as well. That's running to the fence, but Dave Bali is running to the fence as well. Not Dave Garley. Dave Bali. Yeah, I've heard a rumour that Vinny Sando, he'll be here on Monday. He'll be coming to join me in the very first ECIW European Cricket International Women's Competition that's taking part here in Malta on Monday. I've heard that Vinny's bringing his budgie smugglers. Or is it that he's sitting in a jacuzzi in budgie smugglers watching cricket in Gibraltar right now? That could also be the case. let me know on the chat as a shorter one induces an attempted pull shot by Petrie, but it just kept traveling towards him, couldn't get away from it. He was like a colonial soldier trying to avoid a mosquito on that occasion. As gets a bit of an under edge onto the pads, but not onto the stumps. Just remember in the chat that we would love to hear from you, but especially love hearing the good, positive, family-friendly vibes coming across. These are very committed people coming in. He's one of them, Ian Latine, trying to prevent the second run, but throw goes askew. Yeah, and that should be the end of the ninth over. 77 for none is the score. As we get towards the final over of the innings, so 75, 77. I've been saying they really want a launching pad to be able to try to get up towards the 100 run mark. I'm just trying to commentate and also get a horrific mental image in my mind of, well, Vinny Sandhu in his state of nature. What can you say? As that one is flat batting straight back down the pitch. And Varney collects and might induce a run out, but unfortunately Zach Simpson, well, he got in the way of Petrie. Unfortunately, his hands did not get in the way of the ball. So glad to know that Vinny's having fun over there in Malta. And very much looking to sharing the microphone with him here as that one's driven away and caught beautifully. Absolutely wonderfully caught. Wonderfully caught at point by Dave Barley, moving across to his right. It was hit with some force. Kenroy, well, coming a little bit off the top of the edge, and he just seemed to be going on a stroll to the supermarket and picking a wicket up off the shelf was Dave Barley. So first wicket falls, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful opening partnership here by Robin Petrie, who's still out there, but Kenroy Nesta adding to his total. I believe he's going then for 40 runs. I've just got to wait for the update on that. But that would bring, so he has made it to over 630 odd runs in this tournament, Kenroy Nesta, but he's gone now, giving his team a good platform into the last over. Not going terribly slowly, but also not going terribly quickly. But this is a good man to come in. Andrew Rays, we know he can hit it, and he does it for fun, which is exactly what he's gone for there. But straight to the sweeper on the offside, and they're not going to come back for the second. A nice collect and throw in from the deep. Well, good to hear. It's been a lot of fun over there, and Corey's been offered the very relaxing opportunity to sit with Vinny Sandhu in a jacuzzi, as that one is coming down out of the jacuzzi of the sky here with that sea spray everywhere. Aditeo thumps the ground in frustration and disappointment. As that was certainly an opportunity to put another dent in the Pirates' hull. As Andrew Ray steps to the pitch of that ball, but hits it straight down to Paddy Hatchman, who's out there. We hadn't seen too much of Paddy Hatchman in this innings. Was that Richard Hatchman, excuse me, of course. And just hear Paddy Hatchman at home screaming belligerently, and me confusing him with his brother. Won't happen again. Here's Zach Simpson, final ball of the innings. He's going to have to do it again. Should be called a no ball, I believe, as it did not land on the pitch. So, yeah, umpire just retracting that and rectifying the signal. No ball, a free hit coming up now. So the key here for Zach Simpson, bowl full-ish, quick, straight at the stumps would be my advice, but let's find out what he goes for. He gives us some air and he bowls in. Well, that tells you what I know. He put it on the stumps, but he looped it up and it came down. It's not a wicket, so it was a free hit, but it does prevent any more runs being put onto the total. So wonderful work there by Zach Simpson. He won't pick himself up a wicket for his column as we go towards the highlights reel. And it was a pretty good innings actually by the Pirates. Robin Petrie, he manages to carry his bat. And they will finish with 83 runs on the board as we have a look at the highlights here. And Ken Ronessa, well, he got going from the get-go. He drew out his cutlass and he said, "Yar, I'm coming for you." And he managed to hit them to all the places the fielders were not, even when they were standing next to it. The ball would spin and twist away from them. On a few occasions of breaching the infield, managing to put a pretty good foundation on the board. He was helped amply by Robin Petrie and also by a few drop catches by Rugby CC. They'll be ruining those if this gets to a close one. They do need to win if they are to have a chance at that gold final tomorrow. Aditeo, he unfortunately put one down. He's not worshipping the Europa Sports Complex at that extent, but certainly ruining the fact that he could not catch it. And Zach Simpson with the final ball, even though it was a free hit, not a wicket, but no runs added to the score. So that was how play eventuated over the previous half hour or so with that first innings of tonight's action here from Gibraltar. We should get a look at the batting scorecard momentarily. It will be upon the Rugby CC to come out and chase us down. They don't need to worry about net run rate or anything like that. They just need to make sure that they get this total. If they don't, then that will seal up the deal for tomorrow. Tonight's play, essentially a couple of semi-finals before the semi-final. That's what they're looking at tonight. So the Rugby CC, well, according to John A. Gray in the chat, he thinks they're favourites. Andrew Smith thinks it's not a bad haul for the Pirates indeed. They'll be looking to come home with a bit more booty tonight. We've got all that in front of us. I think the key here will be to get rid of Latin early. But we've also seen some really nice work by the likes of Harry Pyle, also Nikhil Advani, Aditeo, Dave Barley. They can all hit it. Richard Hatchman, not Paddy Hatchman, but Richard Hatchman out there for the Rugby CC. They'll all have a job in front of them when action does return in the second innings. So it looks like we are going to be waiting. Here we go. We've got the batting scorecard. It's come up right now. Cameron Asa, 42 off his 31 deliveries. Robin Petrie, 34 off 29. And Andrew Ray's at the end. Left not out. 2 off 2. So 83 for 1 is the score. So we can have a look at the bowling scorecard as well. Only the 1 wicket to fall, but what was really good about the bowlers there, you can have a look at the sundries at the bottom there. Only the 5 for the innings, so that is pretty good going for this format cricket. We can have a look at Zach Simpson adding the 1 more wicket to his total, which takes him up to 23 wickets now in the series, honing in on Gideon Crichton, who's in front of him with 24. And that leaves the equation as Rugby CC needing 84 runs off their 10 overs, and all that action and more will be coming up in a few short minutes here on the European Cricket Network. I'm Joe Wegasani, and until then, ciao for now. And a warm welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. My name is Joe Wegasani, and we have just seen the Pirates putting on 83 runs as they set about a target for 83 for 1 they made off their 10 overs. Trying to make a target too insurmountable for these Rugby CC batters to chase down. It's going to be Ian Latine and Nikhil Advani coming out to try to mount this summit before them. It's not too hefty though. They will feel they've got the batting power within them. Andrew Reyes has got the ball. He'll be opening the bowling. To Latin, everyone's out there. Let's play some cricket. A nice ball, but too full and slapped away. It's found a nice good gap there, down wider, long on, and it is fielded nicely out there on the boundary. Kenoranessa mopping it up, but not before they took 2 runs. So first runs on the board for Rugby CC and Ian Latine. That first ball just too full from Reyes. As he puts that one through a channel, it's just glanced away behind point down to a third man region for 2 more runs. Big hello to everybody wherever you're watching around the world. Of course, everybody in the chat as well. Abdul Islam, hello to you. Neil Squidwood, Khalilur Rahman, Almayez Rudro, hello to you. Kitty Hunley, lovely to have you here, even if only temporarily. Look forward to your company in the second match. As Ian Latine leans on that into the offside and sets off for a single. They need to go around at least 8 runs and over for the first 7 or 8 overs. They need to make sure they're in a position to chase it down in the last. Already 5 runs off this over as that one takes a little bit more bounce off the deck than what we've seen, and just going past the swinging bat of Dave Barley. It is out there, not Nikhil Advani. It's Dave Barley who's come out to open the batting. Certainly got some firepower as well. That's a fuller one on the stumps, and he just drives it away to short extra cover. They take 1 run, and he screams no to Ian Latine. No more. So boundary here would certainly make the case for Rugby CC. Latine dances down the pitch, but it deflects off the pad of his batting partner, Dave Barley. So just 1 more run added, and that's a pretty good over for the Pirates. I'd say about level pecking after 1 over. The score is 7 for no wickets, and 11 matches we've had without a golden ball, because there was that amazing match this morning. The master team unable to defend a score with 7 players on the opposing team. It did come down to the very end as well. So that counter has reset. Will we have a golden ball here tonight? Of course, if scores are tied at the end of play, as Garrett comes on and straight away puts one short of a length there for the pulling, but it stayed low, directed on the stumps, and he has rattled the castle of Ian Latine. That is a good opening delivery to the tournament's best batter, getting him out in short order, and that could be a significant moment in this match and for the fortunes of both these teams as we get towards finals day tomorrow. Just short of a length, staying low and cutting back in. A really, really nice delivery to get going. Mark Garrett, he gets one on the board. The score is 1 for 7, or 7 for 1, as you'd say in this hemisphere. That's the equation now. 77 runs needed off 53 balls as Ataloye Adeteo ambles out to the pitch to join Dave Barley. Just wondering what the messages going between them are. It's very, very clear that with that wind blowing left to right on your screen, that's the first concern for the batters coming out there. Adeteo, the right-hander. And so for the bowlers, generally putting it up, pushing it fuller towards the batter has been yielding good results, but that one from Mark Garrett stayed so low. Here he comes again into Adeteo now. And right on the money again, but just jumping up a little bit and wrapping him on the thigh. He's a tidy cricketer, Mark Garrett. Wealth of experience there. And they're going to have to employ all the experience, the Pirates. If they're to put the clamps on here, another wicket would certainly put the pressure on. And that one, well, Adeteo slaps it down the ground and takes off, gets one run to get off the mark. There's two batters out there now, both on one apiece. And I agree with you, Johnny G, or the artist formerly known as Johnny G in the chat, is a shorter one. It's been splayed up in the air. It's going to fall safely. As they manage to scramble back for the second. And Johnny G says that's a huge start by the Pirates bowler. And that is indeed true. They've been reasonably tight to start with, but also getting that early wicket. And such an important wicket as well. Perhaps that's the cave in which the treasure chest has been hidden. Is just keeping it tight and letting that pressure build up in the minds of the Rugby CC batters. Cricket is such a game of momentum and psychology as well. Into Dave Barley now, and Fuller on the stumps, and he's dug it out and popped it up over the bowler's head, but only as far as Andrew Reyes. As the second over comes to a close, 11 for 1 is the score. And that was a very, very good over by Mark Garrett. 1 for 4 off his first over. And it'll be interesting to see whether they continue with him in the fourth, or whether they hold him back a little bit, just in case these two do manage to get away and start building that total up. You really want a bowler who, at the very end, who's going to keep it tight, who's going to stay consistent. Kenroy Nesta now into the attack. Canis, and he's done a pretty good series with the ball. Taken 10 wickets thus far. Certainly reasonably good with the ball. I'm sure he would have had high hopes. There were a few matches in the middle of the series where he just seemed to lose control a little bit, but has retained it more as of late. That one right on the money, and they're going to scramble through for the ball. The run-out chance is there at the bowler's end, but Kenroy Nesta just deciding to cool things down a little bit. You don't want to be giving away extras, that is for sure. And that one has just been displayed right up in the air. Andrew Reyes is under it. Looks like he's going to get to it, and with a little slight juggle, manages to hang on, and the second wicket falls. They're in trouble now, the Pirates. The Rugby CC, excuse me. as they have not managed to capitalise on the power play as of yet, and losing 2 wickets in the process. Adateo just leaning back, losing all his shape there, coming off the toe of the bat and right up into the air and down into those big, safe, clutching hands of Andrew Reyes, standing there at mid-on. So that will now bring Nikhil Advani out to the crease, and they certainly have a recovery job to do if they are to pull themselves out of this cauldron. It's going to be a great day of cricket tomorrow. No matter what the results are here, we know that each of these teams can beat each other on their day, so nothing is set or certain as to who will come out victorious tomorrow. What we're waiting to find out is which of these 2 teams will play the Entertainers in the gold medal match. Cameron Nesta putting that one too wide, and despite the best efforts of Ryan Grimes behind the stumps, could not provide the extra being taken as well. Could not prevent. They just seem to be not quite able to break the shackles. Rugby CC here as that one is dragged down along the ground. He's trying to hit it over extra cover, but he gets fielded there at mid-on for a single, added to the total. Dave Barley now on 5 off 7, so not quite hitting at his usual rate. One pushed away off the back foot's point. They want a single, but there's a really nice piece of fielding out there. That was Dave Robeson standing at point, and he gathered and returned it with all haste. And one full on the stumps, and he's bowled him. That's a great delivery, yes. In swinging Yorker, and Advani trying to drive but getting caught a little bit on the crease, and it just ends up going under his bat. Might have got a little bit of an edge, but at the end of the day, that ball moving in at pace and no front pad protection to speak of. Takes out the leg stump. He has shivered his timbers, and Rugby CC are certainly on the ropes here now, which is a little bit surprising. That total that they'd be chasing was certainly within the realms of their reach. But as such, with one delivery left in the power play, they are languishing. 15 for 3 is the score. And the new man coming in is going to be, looks like Richard Hatchman, strolling out to the crease. Of course, Richard Hatchman being one half of the several brotherly pairs we have in this tournament. The other, of course, being Paddy Hatchman, his brother, plays for the Entertainers. So what Richard Hatchman will be wanting to do is to try to somehow resurrect this innings and get them to a total where they can take that victory, and he can play his brother tomorrow. And once again on the stumps, but this one's found connection with the bat as Rich Hatchman scrambles off and takes a run and adds it to his total and the team total. That means the score is 16 for 3 after the power play. And we should be having a look at the urban development chart. Have a look at how they how the 2 power play innings compare. memory, I think the Pirates, they made about 23, 24 in their power play, losing a 1 wicket along the way. And certainly Rugby CC on the back foot. As Hatchman faces up to Mark Garrett, he's come back into the attack. And this one looking again for the stumps, but just pushing it wide down the leg side and called as such by the umpire. Yeah, wonderful comeback this has been by the Pirates after looking like they hadn't quite put enough on the board. Getting those wickets early and deliveries like that right outside the channel. Dropping it a bit short as well, tempting the back foot shot. Yeah, the Pirates certainly seem to be sailing into calmer waters, as Johnny G in the chat has put it. Well, Iggy Higgins is saying, come on, Hatch. Well, Hatch is coming on. But unfortunately, Dave Robeson, he's been flying around all over the place and saves valuable runs there as well. Garrett in now to Dave Barley. And that's going to be a wide. Yeah, you can see that one. We've seen that quite a little bit in this tournament. Now the balls do start up and then really dip in this on this ground. So even though they come out of the hand quite high, we've seen it quite a lot. Even players being bowled off balls that seemingly look like they might be on the verge of a no ball. As that one dragged away behind square leg for a single. Short outside off, and Hatchman on the back foot cuts it away through the extra cover region, and Richard Cunningham, there he is. I expect to see him bowling a couple of overs shortly as well. And just to slide along and stop it being any more than a couple of runs added to the total, 2 more. So the score being 22 for 3. As that one's been dragged away and also prevented. Well, they're throwing their bodies on the line. The Pirates are up for the fight, and there's going to be a run out because Kenroy Nesta, he turned something out of nothing just then. They saw him sliding along and called for the second, thinking surely he's not going to be able to pick it up and have it in, but he drew out the cutlass, sent that cannonball hauling back to Mark Garrett, who very quickly and smoothly managed to whip the bails off. So that's the end of Dave Barley. And the Rugby CC, they might be wishing they were playing rugby at the moment because the cricket is not going great for them. Look at that lovely work by Kenroy Nesta, something we've seen time and time again here in Gibraltar. All these players, probably what you'd expect from a place that has been a military garrison for hundreds of years. They are not afraid to put their bodies on the line. It's Harry Pyle now coming out. And he and Richard Hatchman certainly have a job in front of them. That required run rate is going up and up and up. As not only have they been unable to find the boundary with ease, they losing wickets along the way. 4 down now. As that delivery has a single taken off it. That's the end of the 4th over. 24 for 4 is the score. Most recent wicket being that magnificent run out work between Kenroy Nesta and Mark Garrett. taking Dave Barley's wicket while he tried to get through for a second run. You can see the pressure starting, well, if not starting, already set in well and truly in the minds of the Rugby CC. As we can see that Richard Cunningham is going to be given the ball. So he's one of the top bowlers in this tournament so far. Richard Cunningham. He's got 19, so sitting 5 wickets behind the leading wicket taker, which is Gideon Crichton. And well, he might have another one here. That's gone right up in the air, but it's going to fall safely as the K Crow's Nest comes in and makes sure that they don't get any more than the one. Iggy Higgins in the chat is torn. Got good mates on both teams. Don't worry, Iggy, that's the beauty of internet pseudonyms. You can remain entirely anonymous. Tell us who you really support. There's that one, well, nice length and on the stumps, but just doubled away on the leg side by Harry Pyle, who puts his first run on the board. The score now being 4 for 26, 26 for 4. As Ken Roy comes in, and this is exactly how he got that run out previously. They're not going to make the same mistake. Paddy Hatchman was out there. He saw the whole thing. And just unable to find the rope, unable to find the gaps. Very impressive work here by the Pirates. As Pyle again hits it in the same region and gets the same result. So with this work, the Pirates, they are securing their position in second, because there's another wicket's fallen now, so that's some good work as well. That's Michael Lamin, who's standing under that, managed to get the fingers pointed in the sky and the ball down into his palms. So there's Richard Cunningham. I do wonder if he was ever called Sly Bacon. That's got the top edge, and he's got another wicket. Wonderful work by him. Now moving to 20 wickets for the series, Richard Cunningham. Looks like John Matthews is coming out and just realised it's not quite as warm, not quite as cold out here as what I'd been led to believe. Take off my batting jacket. So Almuez Rudro thinks Hatchman's the big hitter, the match winner. Well, I'd love to see it. It's going to take something pretty special from here. Andrew Smith asking whether there are 2 K-Nesters out there. No, there's not. He's just everywhere. And he's playing with a vigour and a fire in his heart. That's for sure. Cunningham now, 1 delivery left in this over. He loops it up down the leg side. He'll have to bowl it again. And this one gets through outside the off stump. So that will be the end of the 5th. The score is 29 for 5. As we have a look at what these results are going to do. So if the Pirates do this, which it looks like they might at the moment, of course anything can happen in this cricket, it's going to be the Pirates versus the Entertainers tomorrow in the Gold Final. It's not over just yet, but this has been such a wonderful series displaying how each team on their day can really take it to the other teams. So I'm not going to write anybody off, but at the moment it's the Pirates who are climbing up the rigging and are ready to board your ship. And that one being popped up just behind point. The new bowler here is Nishant Yoshi. And that one on a nice line, it gets a big leading edge, pops up again. Tries to go and recover his own work. does Yoshi, but a little bit like the Nintendo character. Yoshi going to recover the eggs. Could not quite go and sit on top of that one. This time he puts it in short and Harry Pyle's swiveled around. We've seen Pyle do that quite a bit this series. Plays that shot nicely. Really turns with his whole body. But on that occasion there is protection in the deep in the form of Andrew Reyes. So just the one more run, and that's all they're managing at the moment. Just the singles. That one on the stumps as well. Matthews with a nice sweep shot. He's going to try and come back for the second. They're running quickly. Pyle's the quicker of the two, and that is the end that the return throw came into. We should have a look quickly. Yoshi for 2 deliveries left. That one short outside off, but protection at short extra cover and a nice return throw. If it was a direct hit, I think Matthews would have been gone there, but as it was, manages to scrape the bat over the line. And this one splayed away down behind point. It's running away to the fence, but so too is Dave Robeson, and he's done a great job previously stopping all the hard hit ones. That one just kept trickling away and away and away. Over the rope, 4 runs to Harry Pyle. Beautiful cut shot as well. Playing it late. And that is what they need if they are to win. It's going to be all about the boundaries as 6 over comes to a close. 39 for 5 is the score. And Richard Cunningham is coming back to bowl out his spell. Big task ahead of them. 45 of 24 balls, 11.25 runs and over required. It is not beyond what is possible, that's for sure, but it's going to take some big hitting from here. And Cunningham, well, he is a cunning operator, and on that occasion puts a quicker one in under the bat of Harry Pyle and through to the keeper's gloves. Dot ball. It's right on the money again. That's the same spot, and Pyle, I feel like that's a really good choice to go for the sweep shot. Just not quite getting it right on that occasion. Came through a little bit quicker than he expected. Wants to watch out if it is on the stumps, but at this stage I feel the sweep shot is his best option. Oh, and he just goes to defend one and somehow clips the off stump, and Richard Cunningham has got another one. So he has picked up his usual 2 wickets, going for only the 5 runs as well off the bat, and Harry Pyle caught in a mode of playing proper cricket there. He was there for the defensive shot. It was a beautiful ball drifting in, but then just managed to just take it away from the right-hander a little bit, but not too much as to avoid the off stump, which was sent a clattering. So that's another wicket, 6 to go now. And these Pirates are certainly sitting around. Not sitting around, the Pirates have been throwing themselves around, but they are clamoring. They are baying for blood. Only they've still got the 4 out on the outfield, 3 of them on the leg side. And it is looking like a tall order here for Rugby CC as a party comes into bat. And here we've got a fully clothed Vinny Sando in the chat. It's a little bit disappointing. Vinny, big hello to you. We've all been trying to de-traumatize ourselves from mental images of you running around naked and in the jacuzzi. But it's nice to have you here. It's been an unexpected assault by the Pirates. As Pyle runs down the pitch, tries to find that gap as well, and we'll come back for the second. There's a good throw in from Petrie, and it is well directed return throw. But as it is, that is some good hard running by Azzopardi. Robert Azzopardi. It's really one of the amazing things that Richard Cunningham's picked up a third wicket to a dancing Harry Pyle, comes down, swings across the line, and that ball ducks in and under and goes through to the stumps. Consider those timbers well and truly shivered. As it seems like the last semblance of resistance against this pirate attack is now back in the pavilion. It's going to be Mohammad Roshan coming out, and now Mohammad Roshan, a very, very good, capable cricketer. This might be a little bit beyond him. 13 and a half runs and over needed at this stage. And we just haven't been able to see them find the gaps at all. It's been some good full bowling by the Pirates. Particularly Richard Cunningham, 3 for 8. Can't wait to get tomorrow's video intro. Just had a special message come down the wire that it's going to be a pixelated in the jacuzzi. Vinny Sando telling you all about tomorrow's cricket. That one can't be out. I believe it hit the bat first, but there's going to be a run out chance. It might be a chance for extras. Well, Roshan, he wanted to argue it. As a party, he was paying concentration. He was concentrating and set off quickly for the second. Just taking the back pad, but it was moving a lot. We've seen that with the bowling here, as Yoshi begged for the LBW, but you can start a ball just outside the off stump here, and it will be a wide because that wind, the Levanter, as I mentioned, the one coming from the east, creates all kinds of different microclimatic situations on this little peninsula. But the microclimatic situation here is that Rugby CC well behind the 8 ball, 40 runs needed off 17 deliveries. That one is also denied to Yoshi, as umpire Michael Charge vigorously shakes his head and says not out, but they run through for a single. One by added to the total. And that one's on the money, but met with the full face of the bat by Roshi, who just turns it down to mid-on, and there's going to be a run out because Roshan, who played that beautiful shot, he looked up after saying no to the second run to see his batting partner Azzopardi standing at the same end of the pitch with him. And that is a disappointing way to go for Roshan, who looked like he was getting into the swing of things there. Yeah, and so just Johnny G in the chat asking for a bit of clarification. The reason we've been writing the whole story for the last week or so as to who will finish second between Rugby CC and the Pirates. They have been going neck and neck, overtaking each other each and every night, is because tomorrow the finals will be played. The bronze final between 3rd and 4th. So as things stand, as a man-catting warning is given to Robert Azzopardi. Can't quite believe it by the look on his face. But basically, as it stands right now, Rugby will finish 3rd, because even if they lose this match, which is looking like they will, even if they win the next match, they will finish 3rd. And that means they will play the Sloggers in the bronze final tomorrow. Whereas the Pirates, by doing what they've done here tonight, is a stumping chance. It was very quick work behind the stumps, but it was very quick work by the batter as well. Let's have a look at this. Managed to get his foot back in prompt time. And that looks, yeah, he's just taking advantage that the ball stayed low. Petrie had to do quite a little bit. He wasn't quite standing directly up to the stumps. Ended up on his knees, lunging forward, trying to affect the run out or the stumping, but to no avail. Third umpire reveals that he got back nice and safe in time. So yeah, as it stands now, the Pirates, they are sailing to victory, Johnny G. They've got their front jib out, billowing in the wind. It's full, it's taut, and it's bringing them home. A good ball from Yoshi, and another stumping opportunity. Asking for anything there. Asked the stumping first, then asked for a caught behind. Umpire denies them on both counts. And the stumping was never in because Robin Petrie had learnt from his previous incident. Here is the lineup for the next match, which will be these two once again going head to head. And in that one, it is the Pirates who won the toss and they've elected to have a field. So they will start it all in the field, much as they're finishing this one. As I believe Andrew Reyes, yes, has been given the ball. 2 overs remaining in this, so 37 runs netted off 12, 18.5. That's what my esteemed budgie smuggling colleague in the chat would describe as beyond the point of no return. As Reyes puts a straighter one in, but well played by Rummage, who's the new batter out there. And it will be an interesting one with the final tomorrow. If it's Entertainers and the Pirates, as Kitty Hunley points out, the Pirates, they took a game plan to the Entertainers the other night and they managed to beat them. So they'll be looking to duplicate that, as Reyes has bowled an absolute perler to a Thomas Rummage who was dancing down the track at him, but that one just moving back into the right-hander, putting it just short of a length there for the drive, but then cutting back in beautifully, taking down the stumps. And I'd say that's the mainsail that's been hoisted now. All the way to the end, Pirates. That's what you're hearing. That's a translation from direct pirate talk. What he actually said was, "Avast me mateys, 'tis the night for the Pirates, yar." Andrew Smith has hoisted the Jolly Roger in the chat. So 10 deliveries remaining in this match. It's only going to take 6 sixes. Let's see if Zach Simpson's got it in him. Unfortunately not. The same, almost carbon copy of the ball before. Dances down the pitch and Reyes puts it on the same shot. And aren't they happy? Look at skipper Robin Petrie, Ryan Grimes, who howls to the moon in delight. And that looks like the pirate ship has drawn up broadside. The cannon hatches have been opened, the guns are drawn, and they have started shooting. Here we go with some of the highlights, and it was looking grim there for Rugby CC when Ian Latine played all over a short one that stayed low, and he got bowled straight up by Mark Garrett, who came back into the attack, and one of the very few big shots we saw, but it was really the fielders out on the fence who were just doing such a great job for the Pirates. They were stopping everything they could. Some of them they couldn't. But at the end of the day, their bodies were on the line, and Richard Cunningham didn't even have a great performance, picking up 3 wickets for his troubles, going for very few runs. I believe it was 5 or 6 off his spell, 3 wickets along the way, and then Andrew Reyes coming in and mopping up the tail in short order with successive deliveries. So he will be on a hat-trick when he starts again. And that was the first match of tonight's play. So the Pirates have done it, folks. They have managed to pull the rug out from under the Rugby CC unit, who were looking like they were ready to make their own assault on the finals, but just pulling up short as the Pirates managed to set that not so significant total, but then back it up with a sensational bowling effort. Let's have a look at the Rugby CC batting scorecard. You can see the top order there, all failing to really fire a shot. Harry Pyle in the middle, really the only contribution of note, but he was running out of partners. And at the end of the day, he did run out of partners with all the 10 wickets falling. Only the second time that's happened in this series, by the way, and going for a pretty meager 48 in the end. So congratulations to the Pirates. They have managed to storm home and take second position. They will be playing the Entertainers tomorrow. And regardless of what happens in this next match, the Pirates, they will finish on at least 15 points, while Rugby CC, with still just 13 points so far, will be playing the Sloggers tomorrow for the bronze final playoff. But we've still got another match in front of us, and even if it's just for bragging rights, we can't wait to bring you all that action and more in around about 25-30 minutes time here at the Europa Sports Stadium in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani, here to bring you all that action for the European Cricket Network. Until then, well, ciao for now.
Last game of the evening between Pirates and Rugby. Rugby to call. It's your heads and your tails.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a tail.
We'll have a bowl first, please.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the toss results. Tyrone Peters, our match referee, out there with Ryan Grimes and Ian Latine. And Ryan Grimes winning the toss and deciding to have a field. So that is the way things will proceed as we have a look at the team lineups for this match coming up. And it was a comprehensive victory by the Pirates in that previous fixture. We really thought that the 83 they put on was not going to be sufficient, but in the end they made short order of the Rugby CC, managing to hone in on their pretty frail middle order when it came to it with that match. Once they got through the top, it was all a matter of time, it seemed. So let's have a look at how that affects the prediction by the Crickbot in our expected scores, and once again having the Pirates predicted as being the winners, expecting them to put on 92 with the Pirates responding with 89. Well, that would be a close match if that is what occurred, but as we know with cricket, anything can happen. I'm Joe Wegasani down here at the Europa Sports Complex for ECN Gibraltar, and we are at the final day of our regular group stages in this tournament, as tomorrow the finals day will be upon us. Can you believe it? It's been a month of enthralling, fascinating cricket. Lovely to have everybody in the chat on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. Make sure you subscribe and you can jump on and tell us what you think about all the action we've seen so far. It looks like Harry Pyle is out there to open the batting, and he's joined by John Matthews at the other end. So they will be given the task of trying to build some sort of foundation to come out of this with at least a bit of momentum for tomorrow. They'll be disappointed, the Rugby CC group, no doubt about it. And John Matthews out there. Harry Pyle on strike. He's got his neck warmer on. I completely agree with that dress code. As everyone's ready, let's play some cricket. Robin Petrie with the new ball and just punched away off the back foot, square of the wicket. And Dave Robeson cleans it up. No run to the board. Something that you will mention with the, or you will notice, with the batting lineups that we've got and the team lineups, what a diversity of different names that we've got out there. So at the moment, with Petrie bowling that one wide, they will run an extra one as well. So we've got Robin Petrie and John Matthews and Harry Pyle, very anglicised names. But of course, you've got other more diverse names like Ian Latine and Nikhil Advani, Adeloy Adeteo, Robert Azapati, Thomas Ramage. Very distinct. There's that one right on the money, and it looks like he might have just got a bit of bat to it. It was certainly well delivered by Petrie. Look at that lovely seam up. Come off the bat onto the pad. Good call by the umpire. It's not called BBW, it's LBW, so that one just stands as a dot ball. This one just taken way around the corner, and it beats the man there as well, and he's going to trickle over the fence, so they get a boundary. And that elicits a rapturous bit of applause from the Rugby CC teammates sitting there in the stands. Harry Pyle or John Matthews getting one off the mark. So 4 runs to his name. Petrie to continue. This one's a good ball. He just waits on it well, John Matthews, but there's been a mix-up. 2 batters at the wrong end, and as a result, even though the umpire's going upstairs, from the naked eye, it looks like that was all pretty elementary. He did well to wait on it. Don't know if the run was there, but John Matthews stopped, propped, and then sent poor Harry Pyle back, scrambling to the other end. A really nice pick-up by Petrie. Try and have a look at it side on. So I'm just waiting to find out if, yeah, that's he was short indeed. So first wicket falls. That is Rugby CC losing one in the first again. And that will be the demise of Harry Pyle in this innings. I did like the way that John Matthews played at that ball. He really seemed to wait for it, but hit it straight to the fielder. And Harry Pyle looking for that quick run, just getting things mixed up a little bit. Oh, it is getting a little bit colder here as well now. As Robin Petrie continues, and that one right on the money and just waited upon and driven out to extra cover for a single. Yeah, big, like I was saying, just big diversity of different names and people in this rock. It's a super multicultural place. There's Latine, the new batter, dances down the pitch using those titillating tango steps, but only as far as that extra cover boundary where Richard Cunningham reels it in. And that's the end of the first over, so 9 runs off it. Losing that 1 wicket along the way. And that certainly will not help the Rugby CC aspirations, as we have 9 days to go until the Champions League of European Cricket over there at the bastion of European cricket, Cartama Oval in Spain. It's going to be a sensational time as preparations are well underway there for that. What's becoming an annual real event on the cricketing calendar, not just for Europe but for the world over. European cricket making its mark. Mark Garrett into the attack now, and that one on the stumps. It's hit him on the pad. It was a bit short and angling down, so height's certainly an issue. Yeah, just hitting him well and truly up around the groinal area. Mark Garrett starting well. Again, he took that very important wicket of Ian Latin early in his first over last match, and he's looking for the same here. Exactly the same delivery, in fact, and exactly the same result. John Matthews hitting across the line to a ball that's ducking in, staying low, and rattling the woodwork. That's Mark Garrett at his best. Just a good, consistent line, middle and off. And yet another wicket for Rugby CC, falling by the wayside, which will leave Dave Barley to trundle out to meet his skipper. Yeah, all know each other very well. These players have grown up playing together, and not only here in Gibraltar, but up there on the mainland of Spain. As relates to the European Cricket League, Spain really becoming a hotspot for the growth and spread of this great game as Garrett comes in to continue. Doesn't get that one right though. It will be a wide. And the diversity of plays here just really something that reflects the Gibraltarian identity, and he's a very particular one. There's that one shorter and driven through the covers. Richard Cunningham will come in and prevent any more than the two. Yeah, it's a really fascinating one. The Gibraltarian identity, it really started as a thing arguably in the early 1700s, 1704, the Treaty of Utrecht, which left it as a British territory. So that one's been picked up and away, and through the hands of Ken Nesta. Well, he was in a good spot, but it was travelling, and it travelled all the way through his hands, over the rope. Dave Barley with a big six. Mark Garrett is with a kind of smile that you see on someone's face when they've taken a wicket and been hit for a six. It's the ups and downs of cricket. Well, on the money there again, but full and driven more on the offside. Really good job by Ken Nessa to scramble across. He was actually coming from long on and managed to knock it down before it could do any more damage than just the two that they ran. Yeah, the Gibraltarian identity certainly on display in this series, and as you walk through the town, it's also often been reflected in the language as the second over comes to a close. 20 runs, 11 runs off that over, but 20 for the loss of 2 thus far in this Rugby CC innings. You can have a look there at the standings. That's how it's going to sit. That is what is defining our finals day tomorrow. It will be the Entertainers taking on the Pirates. And before that, Rugby CC will be taking on the Sloggers for the bronze medallion. And interestingly, since it became a part of British territory in the early 18th century, very much a military garrison, this little defended rock on the southerly tip of the European continent. And so what that meant, well, the English at the time, from the 1700s right through to really World War II, major superpower that brought people from around its empire into its army. So you had a lot of people stationed here that were of all kinds of different backgrounds and nationalities and ethnicities. As Latin drives up one square of the wicket, takes a single. This is the third over. They're going at a good clip so far, 10.5 runs and over, and they would have appreciated this kind of intent in their previous innings, as that one's taken on the full and smacked straight back into the Keynes's ankle. And he's down. He's gone down like a big felled tree. And I hope he's okay. Certainly seemed to hit a point. One feels that point where bone and flesh become a little bit indistinguishable. Oh, that's why you don't want to feel the ball with your foot, Keynes. He's just come down. He's shaking it off though. Big smile on his face. Great to see. He's a supreme athlete. Very powerfully built unit. Is the K Crow's Nest. And then follows it up with a great delivery. Just wide outside the off stump. A little bit shorter. Attempting the drive. On that occasion, Bali obliged, but unable to, or Latin obliged, but unable to make a connection. Luckily for him, it was really, that's the kind of territory where you're going to find an edge. Dances down the pitch a little bit this time, but Kenroy trying to keep the ball away from him, keeps it too far away. As such, has bowled wide, we'll have to deliver it again. Fuller on the stumps, and Martin pushes it away on the onside, takes a run. Yeah, so many people from all over the world, any part of the British Empire, you could be put into their military and stationed here in Gibraltar. So during the 1800s, there was a lot of different people here. There's a big swinging nick from Dave Barley, eludes the out-grasped hands of Ryan Grimes, the wicketkeeper, and rolls away to the fence for 4. Yeah, so you had a lot of British military people here. You also have a big history of North Africans as well. The big North African communities throughout the years. Of course, the first sort of recorded settling of Gibraltar was the Berber Moors, who came across in the 8th century and over 700 years wielded their power around the peninsula, including here. That's why you have this Moorish castle in Gibraltar. It's not Moorish in the way that biscuits can be Moorish, where you want more of them. It's Moorish to the extent that the Moors built it. And really good opportunity. If you, as we keep saying, if you're in this part of the world, come down and check out Gibraltar. A lot of good sites. The Moorish castle, I think it was also built in the 8th century, and then the iteration that we see now is from the 13th. It's a really noticeable landmark. The fuller, slower one is dragged away down to sort of whitish mid-on in the form of Michael Lamin. So that's the end of the 3rd over. 30 runs have come, 10 off that one. So they're going at a pace. You can have a look at the urban development chart there. It should all look pretty even, as they knew what foundations they wanted to drive in. Started throwing up the walls and then managed to put themselves at 10 runs and over thus far in their first 3. As the new bowler comes into the attack. This is Ashish Giannani. Oh, the full toss has been spanked away. High, high, up, long away into the hinterlands of the Europa Sports Complex. Dave Barley just right in his sights. I think it was called the no ball as well. So it should, if that was the case, be a free hit. Yes, it is. That one just short again, but not. You can probably hear the cry, the exasperated cry of anguish coming from Dave Barley as he had a free hit and a short ball to boot. This one has been hit straight down to Andrew Reyes, who did really well. Didn't go into the catch. It stayed back. It could have ducked and weaved around him, but he did really well to juggle it and keep it in. There's that one shorter and has been punished. Square of the wicket. Barley is not hanging around. He's going to swing at everything at this stage, and that one just up in the air, but right into a big vacant area. So 4 more runs to the total. Dave Barley motoring along here. So we just moving along in the 4th over here. They're going at a nice clip now. 13 runs and over. And Giannani just struggling to maintain control as that takes a big edge and runs away towards third man. It will be mopped up, however. So just the one more to it. Ian Latin fairly quiet at the moment. One more is added to the total. Just trying to catch up to what's going on there in the chat. Big hello to everybody out there. Arafat Hassan, Kadir Bokal. 4th over comes to a close. 50 runs for 2 is the score. Giannani, that one went pretty magical for Rugby CC. 20 runs coming off that one over, so they don't want to let that get too far away from them. The Pirates, even though they have qualified for the final tomorrow against the Entertainers, they would still want to come home with the 2 victories tonight. Don't want to just give a consolation victory to Rugby CC here. Here's Joshi. Nishant Joshi. And Dave Robeson throwing himself around as per usual. Manages to prevent that running to the rope. This one's short and pulled away, but forward of square, where Andrew Reyes will pull it in and have it back to the bowler. Joshi getting through his over pretty quickly here. So they are trying some different things, the Pirates, just to give some of their other bowlers a go. So to see if anything, they land upon anything they might want to use tomorrow. Should be a fascinating finals, actually. Given the Entertainers have certainly been the pick of the teams across the tournament, but they've had a few wobbles lately, and the Pirates certainly seem to be the ones in form. Their bowling has been very tight. And, quite obviously and consciously sending it full and towards the stumps. And Latin comes down, he gets a big leading edge. He's not going to be caught as it falls safely for Robeson. conducts a far less perilous act of fielding with his foot than that which Henry Nesta experienced previously. He had that drive belted back and threw the big right boot out at it. And he hit him flush on the ankle. He seems to be okay though, thankfully, the big K-Ness. Now the Pirates are coming to the end of that. So 56 runs for the loss of 2, and yeah, an amazing place, Gibraltar. So yeah, you've got all these different players with different names, and the fact is that this place has always been such a melting pot for not only North African, Spanish, English. You also have a big Genoese background, so a lot of people come from Genoa in Italy. If you went straight to the left of the screen when you're watching the field, kept going across the sea, you would hit Italy. There's a big community there as well. Lots of different people from all around the place, and it's a wonderful to see them here on the cricket pitch, plying their trade. Gibraltarian identity really is a something that's come out of such an amazing combination of different peoples from around the world. In fact, I learned today that there's a place called Catalan Bay, which is basically bottom left of your screen. If you it's on the eastern flank of Gibraltar. You kept going up that way, and there is so in the 1870s apparently there was a little fishing village that was completely cut off from the rest of Gibraltar, and they didn't speak Spanish or English. And the Spanish here is an Andalusian dialect. They didn't speak it at all. They spoke a type of Italian Genoese that the rest of the people on the rock didn't speak, and they were cut off completely. There wasn't a road created to that village from the rest of Gibraltar until after the 1870s. So there's a real background of diversity and different historical experiences coming from the people around here. You see that in the language as well. Janito, the local dialect. It's colloquially a lot of Andalusian Spanish, but a lot of the formal words and the technical words come from English. So you can be listening to these conversations, and to a non-Spanish speaker it sounds like Spanish, although apparently regular Spanish speakers, that one's in the air and Andrew Reyes isn't going to get there. A regular Spanish speaker wouldn't be able to understand Janito properly as the 6 over comes to a close. 63 runs are on the board. The loss of those 2 wickets. Dave Barley's out there. He's on 38. Not out. So we'll be on Dave Barley half century watch in a moment as we have a look at the bowling scorecards. Just the 1 wicket from the ball. Yeah, the local language, Janito, is you can be hearing it. It sounds like a Spanish version, shorter one from Garrett and pulled away, dragged away down on the onside for a single. So you can be listening to it, but then suddenly these English words, technical words come out like washing machine or that kind of thing. And it's not like they're picking and choosing from 2 different languages. It's the Janito, the Gibraltarian dialect, because that one is not going to beat Richard Cunningham to the rope. Did very well, scooping in with the 1 hand. Yeah, Janito, they speak it colloquially, so sort of more commonly, but then in schools from World War II, English became the formal language. That one's been hit high in the air, and once again through the outstretched mitts of Kenroy Nesta. Some comments. It is a bit cold here tonight. It's a little bit colder than it has been previously. I've certainly noticed that. Might have to re-employ my heated vest, which I've been sheltering from the salt, if we're honest. Those who've been following know that there's There's a lot of salt spray that's coming about. Vinny Sando, he's enjoying the Gibraltar sociology lesson. Yeah, it's a fascinating place, Vinny. I've got a few quiz questions for you when you get here. There's been some famous things going on in Gibraltar over the years. There's been some famous visits. I can think of 2 visits, one by a fictional person and one by non-fictional people, which should be in the memory banks of a few of you out there. Let me know in the chat if you can think of what I'm talking about. One very famous fictional character who was in Gibraltar. Let me know what you think. But yeah, really fascinating place. I've got to say, it's a real pleasure with European cricket, the way that it's growing and really is redefining, recalculating our understanding of what it is to be European. It's such a different kettle of fish as Latin uses those titillating tango steps, but he hits it only as hard as Mark Garrett, who, calm as you like. I don't think he's stepped over the fence. We'll have another look at it, but he's very happy with it. And that looked like the shot of the night until it just fell short. And, oh, has he touched? I think he's touched. Yeah, that's going to be a 6. So Latin will get maximum value for that one. Yeah, Mark Garrett. That big cheeky smile across the dial as he throws the hands up and says, "I swear I did not feel the rope under my heel." So there we go, 6 more runs. Six more runs to Latin. He's still out there. So after 7 overs, the score is 81 for 2, and that is 1 run short, or 2 runs short of what they made previously. They've still got 3 overs remaining. So it is good going by this Rugby CC team. As we have a look at what is coming up tomorrow over there in Malta. Well, that series is also going off. As Sueki United certainly, I think they came home with their 15th consecutive win today. So leading all comers there, they are the team to beat. And there's a great feeling to that tournament as well. Yeah, so back to my question. I want you to tell me what famous fictional character was in Gibraltar, and more specifically, in which film? As Latin gets that one on the full and whacks it over the fence. Well, Nisha and Joshi just saying, I don't want that to ever happen again. Tried to do a slower one. And Latin is so quick at the crease. And once again, using those feet, and this one, it just gets low on him a little bit, and he just drags it away to the onside for a single. So I'm not getting any responses though. Okay. I'll tell you, it was a James Bond film. It was a James Bond film, 007. 007 was in Gibraltar. And one of the opening scenes happened in front of the big rock, and on that occasion, Mark Garrett, they're all just letting him know that your feet want to wander over the fence, Mr. Garrett. And he's gone big again. He's gone even bigger. Well, don't even bother trying to get to that. That one almost went and bore another tunnel into the rock. He hit it so hard. So Latin going big here. As he moves his way now to 41. So they're on 41 apiece here. This is exactly what Rugby CC needed in the previous match. It's a bit of a shame they were not able to bring this sort of forthright batting into the previous fixture, and pushing their way towards the 100 now. So I didn't get any vigorous responses on that one. It was indeed a hit to square leg, collected on the bounce. Out there, yeah, it was a 007 film, The Loving Daylights. The opening scene as the end of the 8th over comes about. 99 runs on the board for the loss of those 2 wickets. And we can have a look there at how they've gone about building the innings. It was that one over in the middle which really started to show the prospects of what these two can do. 20 off it, and then the previous 2 overs with 18 apiece. Certainly setting a foundation that is going to be difficult for the swashbuckling Pirates to surmount. And Kenroy Nesta straight back into the attack, and with a result right from the get-go, he has just castled Dave Barley for 41. It was another nice in-swinging Yorker, but Dave Barley really stepping back, trying to give himself some room, and then playing all around it. But he can hold his head high as he has gone out there and done a job for his team. Even though he looks somewhat disconsolate at the moment, I'm sure he'll go back and enjoy looking at some of the highlights of that innings. It's going to be the Hatchman, Richard Hatchman. Surely there's got to be something that you do with hatches and pirates. Did I say the living daylights? Of course. Chris Smith corrected me in the our resident 007 fan. The living daylights. Certainly, the opening scene of that starts with Gibraltar in the background. As we get Kenroy Nesta resuming and going for that Yorker again, and Hatchman just managing to keep it away. Well, we're not using the invisible bails tonight. We are using the visible ones, and they didn't tumble, even if that ball might have just kissed the base of the stumps. Oh, hitting it with his... I think Richard Hatchman can just blame the wind, just taking hold of his bat there. No. Yeah. We'll resume back to the live action. So attacking the stumps again, and once more, big swipe across the line, gets an inside edge and drags it to the mid-wicket region for one more run. That's all right, Andrew. Not a Bond fan. Fair enough. I'll give you a non-fictional one. One of the most famous and most secret weddings in modern history happened in Gibraltar. Real people. Real people, very well known, came to Gibraltar, and in the utmost secrecy, they were married here. Let me know on the chat if you're joining in on the Joe Ekasani ECN quiz spectacular. That's question number 2. Here's Kenroy Nesta now in the 9th. And Latine has just stood, tried to deliver it. He knew pretty well to pull back and not quite hit through it. So it just, in the end, he goes on the bounce to the fielder, and he takes one more run. So Hunter in the chat asking, is this the last match of the day? It is, Hunter. This is the last match of the day, as Nesta with his second last delivery puts it short outside off, and it goes sailing past the swinging bat of Richard Hatchman. That one driven off the back foot, just square of the wicket, just punch down really, and there is no point. As in, there's nobody fielding at point. There is a point to it all, I'm sure, folks. We'll find the meaning eventually. As it was, we want to give a big congratulations, of course, to one of our very special ECN staff members, Charles, and of course his lovely new wife, Jana. They've gotten married today over there in Mauritius. Now, there's such good things as great life decisions, folks, and I reckon going to Mauritius to get married would have to be up there with them. So big congratulations to you, Charles and Jana. Wonderful to see the ECN family expanding and growing. Oh, Vinny's got it. He knows it. So the very famous wedding that took place here in Gibraltar, it was a secret one. It was two people who landed at the Gibraltar airport in a private jet. They were picked up by a local official who's still alive, by the way, and he's got this story. It's all very fitting, really, with our congratulations of Charles and Jana. We're talking about weddings and marriages, so that might seem like it was planned. Is that one? Well, Ian Latin did not plan that. He went after it, caught the top edge of the bat, sat up, and Nishant Yoshi takes a pretty comfortable catch there at extra cover. So that is the end of Latin's innings. And in this group stages, he has done a remarkable job with the bat. He's trundling over. Looks a little bit dejected, but he should be pretty happy. Replaced by Nikhil Advani. He's got them to 108 for 4. And that is the end of Latin in these qualifying stages. Anyway, we'll see him tomorrow against the Sloggers. Yeah, so there's a so just before I get to it, for those who are playing along at home, a few of you on the chat have got it, and it's not Sean Connery. Well, that would link together with the whole Bond thing very well. Sean Connery did get married here twice, but not immortalized in pop culture the way that this more famous one was. It was this couple, they got off the plane, they've been looking for someone to get married, they got off a private jet, they got picked up, they got driven to the courthouse, which I walk past every day when I walk into the stadium. And then with not much further ado, they got taken back to the jet and they flew away. There was a famous photo taken, and of course it was John Lennon and Yoko Ono, as immortalized in the lyrics of the Ballad of John and Yoko, as that one's been hit down to long on for 1. They're coming back for a second. They're going to have to be quick because the throw is coming in. If it was a direct hit, he would have him, but as it is, Nikhil Advani makes it home safely. Yeah, the third verse of the Ballad of John and Yoko. And this Beatles song, as that one's been clobbered over the fence. 6 runs. Second last ball of the day has gone for a Maximo. There we go, Richard Hatchman getting involved. Yeah, finally made the plane into Paris, honeymooning down by the Seine. Peter Brown called to say, you can make it okay. You can get married in Gibraltar, near Spain. As immortalized in that fate. Well, the reverse sweeps come out. Yeah. I think he sent a bit of a post message to Andrew Reyes. It was going to happen, and Andrew Reyes didn't know what to do. So with the final delivery of the day of that innings, Rugby CC end up on 120. 120 they've made off their 10 overs. Fantastic. Very well done. Probably one of the biggest scores we've seen at this ground in this tournament. As we have a look at the highlights reel, and from the get-go, these was two young, somewhat inexperienced openers who came in. John Matthews lasted a little bit before he got rattled, and then Dave Barley and Ian Latin set about making a pretty formidable total in the middle overs. They managed to smash everything, including Kenroy Nesta's ankle. He got up, shook it off, and then had to deal with a little bit more pain as that edge went flying past the keeper's glove and down to the rope for 4. Dave Barley and Ian Latin continued on their merry way. Latin managing to get it through the hands. Kenroy, he was everywhere, but nowhere at once, as the ball kept hitting him when he didn't want it and kept evading him when he did. Mark Garrett, he managed to take a great catch, but as it would turn out, his foot had stepped over the line, so that became a Maximo. And then when Nishan Yoshi was in to wrap it all up together with Andrew Reyes, then they had to suffer a little bit more punishment yet, as that score was gradually grown and grown and grown up to 120. So fantastic work by Rugby CC. Oh, that they could have done it about an hour and a half ago, but as it is, they have put something pretty formidable in front of the Pirates, who are going to have to set a course, trying to navigate through the reef and find their way to 121 runs off their 10 over Succumb. They gave away quite a few sundries in that, did the Pirates, which is something that they will want to keep a check on when they come up against the Containers in the final tomorrow. There's the bowling. Figures only the 3 wickets falling from the bowlers, with Andrew Reyes, Kenro Nesta and Mark Garrett picking up 1 apiece. And that is how it's perched. Just like we are sitting on the rock of Gibraltar looking down upon that lovely cityscape, so too are Rugby CC sitting on the perch looking down at a possible victory. But they need to keep the Pirates under 121 runs in 60 deliveries. All coming up next here on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back shortly with all that action and more. Until then, you know what I say. Ciao for now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlefolk, to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wagasani, and we are here for the final innings of tonight's play between the Pirates and the Rugby CC. It was the Pirates who took the honours in the first match, shoring up their second position on the table. But in this match so far, with Rugby CC coming out, managed to put on a mammoth 120. For the loss of those 4 wickets, which is certainly a total that is going to take some heavy hitting from the get-go. 12 runs and over needed. You really can't afford one bad over. You need to get some supersonic ones in there, and to do that, they are turning to Mark Garrett is out there with the bat, or is that Lamin? It's Andrew Rays, by the looks of it, and nope, Dave Robeson, excuse me, and Mark Lamin opening the batting, and Dave Robeson just pivots around on one and hits it straight for 6. Very first ball. Well, how do you like that, folks? 12 runs and over, not a problem if you're hitting a 6 with the first delivery of your innings. Like the look of it too. Had to remember to stop looking at it and go for the run, just in case. As it wasn't required. So Adebayo with the first delivery, just pitching it too full and too far down the leg side. This one a bit flatter and straighter, but all the same, they take one leg by off it. So we hope you've been enjoying the evening's action here with the cricket. Also with the historical quiz night that I've been hosting on the fly. Just getting out all that information about Gibraltar that's swirling around the head as Lamin has gone big again. In fact, he's gone very big over the rope. 6 more runs. Well, there's your 12. Where have they been hiding? Where have they been hiding, Michael Lamin? Yeah, the ECB robots in the chat. Great shot to start. That's absolutely true, Mr. Robot. Love the fact that you have suddenly popped into existence ×2 as another big one coming off the bat of Lamin. He's just going to stand and watch it as he has splayed that down through point, and it has rocketed to the fence. 4 more runs. Well, they keep going at this rate. They won't need the 10 overs. Well, he's got hold of that as well. It's not going to make it to the rope on this occasion. And certainly some nice aggressive intent out there as we are 5 deliveries for the first over with 18 on the board. And that big loopy one has been picked up, and away, all the way over the fence. 6 more runs. Dave Robeson. Well, he's not going to be left stranded there by all Michael Lamin's great hitting as that over comes to a close. 24 runs on the board for none. We have half of that. 12 matches without a golden ball since that remarkable occurrence earlier. So I was going to say that this match probably unlikely to go to a golden ball, but actually the way that we're going, 97 runs needed off 54 deliveries. That run rate already down towards 10.77. As Richard Hatchman, excuse me, the other Hatchman, is taking responsibility for this. The second over, here we go. Lamin facing, and he's just got bang as well. And Ian Latine Well, despite his absolute best efforts, he was running like a gazelle as soon as that was hit. But Lamin, he is hitting it with some power, and Grace just standing and delivering. He's moved to 15 now. As the ECN bot has decided to leave Brooklyn 99 for a second and come and watch the chase. Very good of you. As Lamin will chase that. He's going one bounce over the rope, 4 more runs. Get the feeling that he might want to get home a bit earlier than everyone else, as he's not hanging around, not going for any defensive shots. And certainly making a go of this. 33 runs on the board. Only 1.1 overs into it. And as Johnny G, the artist formerly known as Johnny G in the chat says, Kenro Nessa's not even at the crease. And we're seeing this kind of run rate. Well, that was a dot ball, which is a little bit unrecognizable. Absolutely amazing start. And the Pirates, they, even if they do fall apart at this stage, this is a really good opening combination to keep in mind for tomorrow, as that one cuts him in half, but it also cuts Harry Pyle in half. Not Zach Simpson, though. Before you can even blink, the Duracell Bunny was all over it. So just the one more run to the total. Yeah, 24 runs off that over. Unbelievable stuff. The swashbuckling Pirates, Kitty. Indeed, they are. Chris Smith thinks it's going to be an easy win here. Well, Robeson's ducked around. He almost... Well, we already saw, for anyone who's been watching cricket all day, there's been some great cricket around the world. Not least that amazing test going on in India. And if you saw the way Usman Khawaja got out today, it was a little bit like Robeson just played that, trying to flick it around the corner, paddle it around, and getting caught at leg slip. On that occasion, though, he did manage to survive Robeson. It's Lamin on strike now. And that one he's just paddled away on the onside and sets off for a run. Yeah, the Pirates do look like they are going to be on fire. And normally on a pirate ship, fire is your biggest enemy, but as it comes to the end of the second over, 37 runs on the board. 36 runs on the board. One delivery left. Yeah, it looks like the pirate fire is well and truly ablaze. Harshal in the chat is loving the intent. Well, I love your intent to write a message there, Harshal. Thank you very much for that. As that one will need to be bowled again by Big Rich Hatchman. Yeah, the Pirates, they've got one hand on the treasure. Muskets are ablazing. There's Hatchman. Again, we'll have to bowl that one once more. Definitely we're in for something here, folks. They are yet to lose a wicket, these Pirates, as the Bales trying to become the invisible Bales. And Hatchman finally getting that one a little bit more in line, but just glanced away down to third man. They take a single. Oh, Andrew Smith with the pun of the day. What these Pirates really should be doing as the third over comes to a close. You can have a look there. The Pirates have got it all set up for an assault, a salty assault here at the Europa Sports Complex on the Entertainers in the final tomorrow. But one thing you can be sure, their favourite shot is the hook shot. All credit to Andrew Smith on that one. As the new bowler comes on, it is John Matthews. Kitty Unley thinks the Entertainers better get, they might be at siege, they might be put to siege. A little bit of the Pirates seeking to pillage the Entertainers village in the final tomorrow. Let's see if that occurs as Lamin just whips that down and he's found a gap. If it were anyone but the Duracell Bunny, that would have made it to the rope. Zach Simpson, as we know from the chat we had the other day, loves to run, always been quick. And he was certainly very quick on that occasion. Look at him go. Wonderful stuff. Big Rich Hatchman is the Robot's favourite new member to the Club of Fatherhood. Yeah. Big congratulations on that account. It's all happening here. Weddings, births, cricket. It's all 6.8 square kilometres of action here in Gibraltar. So here comes John Matthews now as, nope. And to just restart that not very long run up. So Dave Robeson just having a look around him. He's only faced 4 deliveries. He's on 13. He's got a deep square leg to contend with and a long on. And that one wraps him on the pads, but going down leg as affirmed by the man in charge, Michael Charge, the umpire officiating there from bowler's end. Oh, did hit him fairly low. Yeah, it was a good shout, but it was angling down. Umpire felt that it was going too much. And once again, Lamine gets a hold of it, and it's up to Zach Simpson. In his effervescent continual bursts of energy. Managing to reel that one in. Yeah, royalties to you, Andrew Smith. I won't pirate your puns. I won't pirate your pirate puns as John Matthews gets one through the gate. Well, he's managed to take care of the very dangerous Michael Lamin, who came out and did a fantastic cameo we're in the 3rd over. And he has set his team on track to pounce 46 for 1 after 3, chasing that 121. Now the bails are coming off. It's the measure of the wind, whether we use the visible bails or the invisible ones. And the visible ones are certainly trying to be replaced as the wind has picked up. New batter coming in is going to be Andrew Reyes by the looks of things. Dave Robeson's still out there. No, the new batter, excuse me, is actually Richard Cunningham. There we go. Big Rich Cunningham. With the new bowler being Christopher Gormilla. The man who carries all that diverse heritage of Gibraltar in his name. First ball though, paddled around the corner, finds the gap between backward square and finds the rope. So straight away, Robeson continuing on his merry way. He's moved to 17 now. So out of the power play. I really like Gormilla's run up. It's not a big energy waster. That run up. Kitty Hunley wondering in the chat, any guess what over this will be done by? Well, it could still go either way, honestly. 9 wickets still in hand. The Pirates have made a very good start getting to that half century. But it was Michael Lamine who was doing a lot of damage, and he's out now. Interesting that Richard Cunningham's been brought in. A little bit of experience for him before the final tomorrow. We're yet to see Kenroy. I'm just hoping that his ankle's okay. Did take that big blow as Cunningham drives that down to mid-off for a single. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the Rugby CC can just bowl two overs of under 10 runs each, then they certainly will take the ascendancy once again. That one's drifting down leg and just helped along its way by Robeson, who takes another 1 run and sticks it onto his total. Yeah, all that action happening here tomorrow on the Sunday from Gibraltar, and then of course after that, as this one dragged away, and yet another single taken. So we were dealing in 6s at the start. John Gray saying that although his run-up might be energy efficient, the bowling of the wide certainly isn't. As 8 runs come off that over. No, it was a few more. It's 12, I believe, with the extras. So we are 4 overs done, 55 runs on the board. And it is the Duracell Bunny, Zachary Simpson. Richard Zachary Simpson, that's not his name, just Zach Simpson. Comes in and puts one wide. I do know he loves to loop it. Loves to loop it and get that drift, which if you can put it fuller can really get the bowler batter stuck on the pitch. And right as I say that, gets one on target. And in the chat, it was Jay Corduroy asking, will it be a happy day for Richie Cunningham? Well, it is a happy day because he took 3 wickets in the first match for 8 runs. And there's a reason why there's a big ball next to his name and not a bat. Has pushed up the order. He has gone now for 1 run. And will be replaced by Andrew Reyes. So good to see Richard Cunningham out there swinging the cutlass for the Pirates. Yeah, certainly some twists and turns happening here. There's Rugby CC fighting back at every chance. 57 for 2 now. As Cunningham, he went actually for 2 runs of his 3 deliveries. And Zach Simpson picking up yet another wicket in this series, which sitting second on the position as Reyes tries to chase that one around the corner and it eludes him. Well taken by the keeper. Harry Pyle has done a great job behind the stumps. Yeah, this is Zach Simpson, 24 wickets. He's just pulled even with Gideon Crichton for wicket takers in this series. So he's had a great run at it. 1 for 2 are his figures. 1 for 3 now. Meaning the Pirates, they need to go at about 2 a ball. Just under 11 runs and over as that one's chipped over the infield. And they do indeed take a single. But things slowing down now, and that's always a problem with such a big total on the board. You've got to keep that pressure up from the get-go. So let's see if Reyes, well, he's caught him in front. He's been given. Zach Simpson loves it. The umpire loves it. Harry Pyle loves it. And Zach Simpson's just looking for anyone to give him a high five. He's absolutely trapped Reyes there, caught in two minds. Back on the crease, right in front of the stumps. And that, for a Pirate, that's a PBW, a peg before wicket. And then, unfortunately, it looks like Mark Garrett is coming out to bat now. But yeah, they would have had high hopes for Andrew Reyes in this context. He's a perfect player to have come in at that time. Just unable to get anything away. And gee, isn't Zach Simpson bowling fantastically at the moment? Just drifting it a little bit outside off and letting that straight ball go in on target. Mark Garrett facing him now. And he's gone for the same, similar delivery, but just drifted wide that time. Yeah, Andrew Smith, peg before wicket. I like that one. I hope you did too. In the chat. If you are wondering, we've spent the whole week trying to come up with as many pirating puns as we can. Get involved if you can. As Rosen dances around and then just glances it down behind point for a single. Yeah, we've had no Kenroy Nesta as yet in this innings. I'm a bit concerned for his ankle, but no, there's no word on that yet. He did shake it off and kept bowling. And Zach Simpson will have to keep bowling because that has been delivered wide of the tracks. And this one's short, and Garrett's trying to find that gap between backward square leg and fine leg, but all to no avail. So that's the end of the fifth over. The score is 65 for 3 here in Gibraltar at the Europa Sports Complex. And look, we have this series coming to a head tomorrow. We've got the finals. The bronze final will be, of course, between Rugby CC and the Sloggers, and then the gold final between the Pirates and the Entertainers. But the action does not stop there, because on Monday we have the first ECIW, the European Cricket International Women's League, here in Gibraltar, and that's going to be the Gibraltarians hosting Italy, Sweden, and of course the Netherlands women's teams coming down to battle it out here in front of the Rock. As Thomas Rummage comes into bowl his first over. And that one just punched away on the back foot. They take a single, and it's really drying up now for the Pirates. It could be fool's gold that they've found in those opening few overs. And we're going at quite the clip. And that one, well, it's been picked up and away. Nikhil Advani, he catches it, but far behind the rope. And so it's going to be a big 6 runs to Dave Robeson. And somehow just collected that on the bounce. Really down low as well. And did well to clear out the outfield as well. So Dave Robeson, he knows where he likes to hit it, and he's going for it again, but Advani gets down low this time and manages to cut it off. Yeah, oh, that's very good. Johnny G, if the Pirates win tomorrow, they could go out and celebrate, and we'll find them pegless. I like that one. There's this one, well, Mark Garrett liked it, but so did Nikhil Advani, as he managed to repeat his feats of the previous delivery and prevent it from going over the rope. One more added to the total. These are rank full toss. He's going to be no-balled. Thomas Rummage not quite getting it right on that occasion, so he will be bowling to Mark Garrett, who'll get to enjoy a free hit without worry of trespass on his wicket. Short, and he's going to pull it away, but it's going to be caught no matter, well, not caught, dropped. But it doesn't really matter. Mohammad Roshan's reminding everybody, I didn't need to catch that. It was totally deliberate. It was a free hit. Just fielding it. It's a little bit like that when you're out there and there is a free hit. You tend to forget all the muscle memory of years of appealing, going for catches. It all remains when there is a free hit. Well, this one he's trying to hit it down behind square. And poor Harry Pyle, he bats without a helmet and he keeps without a helmet. And the way that Robson's loping around, Harry Pyle is a very brave soul. Oh, I like that one. James Metcalf in the chat. Oh, there's good fodder there. That one stays low. And it looks like it's out because the visible bails are there and one of them's lying on the deck. So let's just have a look. Yeah, it did. It knocked the stumps. That bail jumps. As you can see there, that ball just got through him and managed to knock down his off-stump bail with the slightest kiss, the slightest touch. It was a bit of varnish, just varnish on varnish as it went past there, and it was enough. Oh, we've got the ECN Crickbot getting involved on the puns. In fact, it's given us a joke. Why did the Pirate refuse to bat during the cricket match? Because he was hooked on plundering instead of hooking the ball. All right, ECN, Crickbot. You keep your day job. We'll keep our night jobs. And Jay Corduroy lamenting that nobody here is feeding into the happy day work. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, Ian Latin's got one right through the gate there. So another wicket falls. And that means we are on a hat-trick, I believe. Unless I've been distracted too much by the chat going on there and missed the delivery in between, but I don't think I did. That is Mark Garrett, who has cut all over one from Latin that just stayed low and went on to rattle the stumps. Which will leave Gianani coming into bat. Gianani. There we go. Ian Latin taking a wicket. Six overs in. The score is 5 for 80 or 80 for 5. And the Pirates, well, they were certainly eyeing this total off. Only 41 runs to get, and that's been really nicely glanced by Giannani. Down to third man. Hey, European Cricket Network Crickbot, I've got one for you. Why did the Pirate get out? Because he went for one more rum. Oh, the joys as that one's dropped up. I'm going to say, you know that you've come a long way in life when you're sitting in a pavilion on the southerly tip of Europe, making pirate jokes with a robot. As Latin tries to nestle that one in between bat and pad, so no hat trick there. As Giannani gets a big, thick edge that will run down, but so too will Zachary Simpson. Wherever something's moving quickly, you're going to be sure that Zach Simpson is moving quickly alongside it. On this occasion, goes for that glance again. He seems to like that area, although it is not vacated. There are a couple of fielders roaming around, of course. The two allowed line square on the leg side. As we have a look at the action for tomorrow, well, there it is, folks. That's what it all comes down to. All this month of cricket that we've been privileged to watch here, starting at 4:30 GMT, 5:30 Central Eastern, and 10 o'clock in India. It'll be Rugby CC taking on the Sloggers to see who gets the bronze medallion for in the final. These Pirates taking on the table leaders in the Entertainers, who had an amazing run. And that should be a mouth-watering final, to say the least, especially given that the Pirates have really hit some form at the latter stages of this tournament. As the 7th over, 8th over begins, and Mohamed Roshan, full one outside off, and it is splayed away by Giannani. I think somebody might have broken the robot on the chat. I think we've moved away from the puns and away from the jokes, and now we're just starting to write pirate stories. As Roshan manages to get that one a little bit closer to Giannani, just cramped him up a little bit more, a little bit quicker. Look at that big smile on his face as well. It is, it's not the least pleasant evening to play cricket tonight. There's certainly been worse. As he goes chasing Giannani on that one, who, with the cross batted tug, just manages to get a top edge down behind the keeper and takes a run. Yeah, the story continues in the chat. Crickbot knows that I'm out here on a rock, dedicated to the game of calling cricket, not falling off the rock. I actually had to climb up the rock the other day. It's beautiful, beautiful panoramic views from up there as Yoshi comes trundling down the track, and Roshan does well to just keep it full, keep it in at his toes. It's just one more run resulting. Well, it's not out of the realms here, folks, at all. 30 runs off 14 deliveries. We need boundaries, though, if you're a Pirates fan. And Giannani not going to get one there, but he will get one more run as he tickles it away to point and sets off. And on this occasion, just a fuller ball and paddled away, so Zach Simpson will mop it all up. I'm getting totally distracted by the... Oh, this is the most interaction I've had with the ECN Crickbot. So as the 8th over comes to a close, 93 for 5 is the score, chasing that 121. They need to get 28 runs in just 12 deliveries. And meanwhile, I'm having my life story told to me by a Crickbot. Can't wait to see you out there at the ACL with your partner. And Rugby CC probably in the pole position now, as Dave Barley gets the ball and Yoshi uses his feet, dances down the track, but hits it straight to Ataloye Adateo, who's fielding there at short extra cover. Barley now going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. He's got a point and a deep backward point, interestingly enough, so I feel like he's going around the wicket with that in that field. He's not going to be attacking the stumps. Could be mind games though. It's very, very smart and canny operator. On this occasion, it'll be Mohamed Roshan and Ian Latine coming in to raffle it between them as these two take 2 more runs. Yeah, we haven't seen any Kenroy Nesta as yet. You get a feeling if another wicket falls, surely he'd have to come in. Is that one? Good work. Well, that could be it. That could be the wicket. As the umpire's given a not out, so they come through for a run. I believe the soft signal's out. Let's have a look at this. It's fantastic work again from Harry Powell. Look at the speed of this young man. He is very, very capable behind the stumps with the gloves. Quick as you like. He has snaffled that up and just sent the visible bails flying. So that will be the end of Joshi. Very nice innings. He managed to put on 6. So the score is 5 for 97 after 8.3. So 1.5 overs to go. And here's Kenroy Nesta. He's going to have to go into overdrive because his team is, or his crew members are in a little bit of a pickle at the moment if they want to come away with another victory for tonight's play. He's Barley to Nesta, and Nesta goes whack, gets a big edge, and it's going to evade the poor old Christopher Gomilla down there. Went to go and attack the fall of the ball, and big spin, big backspin. So Nesta picks up 2. Yeah, and I use the word overdrive because you're right, Johnny G. Crickbot is in absolute overdrive as Nesta clips himself a bit of room. He's not going to beat Latine, is he? No, Latine uses those Latin tango moves and manages to prevent a boundary. So that is the end of the 9th over. 100 runs on the board. Should be 101 in fact. Meaning that it's a meager 20 runs off the last over. So I'm loving this work. 100 for 6. That's the score. 100 for 6. So 21 runs needed off the final ball. The ECN Crickbot is knowing far too much about me, talking about my heated vest and heated underwear. I don't actually have heated underwear on. I just think it's a valid product to put out on the market. So if anyone's looking for an idea, heated underwear. As that one's hit straight back into Varney, but he gets into a good spot. Just can't clasp onto it. I don't think a run was taken. I think Nestor sent Shianani back. No. I want another go at him. So Harry Powell will come into this if Cameron misses, but he doesn't. Plays it away to extra cover and takes a single. So that is going to leave Giannani with a lot of work to do. I think he just has to get a single at the very least here, if not a boundary. So Varney is just bringing in 3rd man into the rope. We've got a deep point and a deep square leg and a long off, and the old awkward attempted reverse slog is all to no avail, but for the fact that Nestor scrambles through for a bite. Yeah, it's going to take something magical. 20 runs off 4 balls, 19 runs off 3 now. Dances down and he gets hold of it, and it goes 1 bounce over the rope for 4. So that's a little something, but it's not going to be enough. As they know it, 15 runs off 2 balls, so it would take some erroneous bowling in this stage for the Rugby not to escape with a victory. And this time Kenroy goes on the offside. He gets a big thick edge on it. It wasn't a clean hit straight out the bat. It's going to be 4 runs. So he is hitting the boundaries, but not the sixes. And you just feel that maybe if he'd been brought in a bit earlier, they would have had a more decent crack at it. So 1 ball left. I just want to tell the AI, the European Cricket Network CrickBot, as that game comes to a close, it is the Rugby CC who will come away victors. I believe they'll be 13 run victors. We'll just get that all to catch up. The European Cricket Network CrickBot has apologised for me for making inappropriate jokes about someone's undergarments or personal items. Well, ECN, don't worry. Part of your processing modelling is going to have to be the fact that we're mates and we can make jokes about this kind of thing with each other now that we know each other. And talk about mates. Well, there's a bunch of mates out there, and 2 bunches of mates out there, and both of them have come away with a victory tonight. On this occasion, it was Rugby CC who set that amazing total 120 they put on the board. And when Michael Lamin came out with Dave Robeson, well, it looked like they were going to do it in about 5. It was just 6 after 6 after 4 after boundary. And essentially, Lamin, his assault was only ended when John Matthews came into the attack, and then Zach Simpson came in. Andrew Reyes was one who we thought could perhaps get them there, but very quickly Zachary Simpson put paid to that. It was a nice cameo by Robeson until he got knocked over with the deftest of touches. The ball just licking his off stump as it went past. And Nikhil Advani, it was up to him to try to keep Kenroy Nestor contained at the end. And even though Nestor managed to hit a couple of boundaries, he did certainly manage to do that. Advani, he kept him to under that 21 runs they needed off the last over. And at the end of the day, it has been 1-1. So 111 for 6. That was the story for the Pirates, chasing that 121. So they've lost by 9 runs off their 10 overs. And as we can have a look at the batting, it was some good work at the top of the order and then a little bit of help at the end before the allocated time limit, those 10 overs, expired. With the wickets, well, John Matthews picked up 1. Zach Simpson got another 2, taking him to equal first on the bowlers rankings. And then Thomas Ramage, Ian Latin, and Dave Barley all picked up 1 of their own. So it has been a fascinating night of cricket. Might not have contained quite the thrill that we would have got if the results had been reversed. If Rugby CC had managed to get that victory in the first match, certainly would have made the second a lot more to fight for. As it was though, the Pirates, they pretty quickly this evening managed to put paid to any prospects of Rugby CC overstepping them. So it will be the Pirates up against the Entertainers. It was good to see them actually put on a bit of a score without relying on Kenroy Nestor so much. So something they might want to take into tomorrow. That opening partnership between Michael Lamin and Dave Robeson was something out of the books, and something that they might be able to look at if they're in the position tomorrow of having to chase a really big score. They know those two can come out and hit it from the get-go. So that was really fascinating to see. Other than that, we want to give a big congratulations to Rugby CC. They have been in this tournament up to their ears for the whole time. They will be playing off now against the Sloggers for that 3rd round, that bronze medallion. But they've been absolutely wonderful, led of course by their indomitable batting superstar captain Ian Latin. And of course, tonight, well, the Pirates, they'll be going to celebrate. As we mentioned on the chat, there's plenty of room for plenty more Pirate puns, but we can assume that they'll get out there and have a celebratory drink and hopefully not make themselves pegless to be able to turn up tomorrow and come and play some more cricket. It's been another wonderful evening here at the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Wagasani, sitting under the shadow of this mighty rock, watching the game that we all love. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you all here tomorrow on the European Cricket Network here in Gibraltar. Until then, ciao for now.
Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse.